and Algora. You think Algora got it? And that was kind of fun yesterday doing the voice impressions, wasn't it? I had a blast doing that. All right, so let's make sure I am centered in frame. Yeah. Yeah. The part we really left off on was we were starting to build out some of these slides. Right, the why, avoiding hallucinations, fine-tuning workflows, safety checks, cost optimization. Over here in general, I think we had that over, like some stuff over in outline here. Yeah. All right, so we'll call that frameworks. We'll maybe want to dig into and we want to do some of this. I think we can do a slide up. Right, so the bare minimum, if we just get these links out there and put together, that'll be pretty good. Like if we're aiming for only like a 10-minute video, we may not even have enough time to do like a deep dive into any of these. But definitely worth considering. ML Flow. Phoenix from Arise AI. Okay, so we see that, sure. And instead of this one, this is now deep checks. They most likely have a website too, right? Yep. So let's make sure this actually works the way we want. Think we have a bug with the transition. Let's go look at what the transitions we can do Wait, is their search broken? Oh, that was the old docs? Okay, these are the new docs. So then we click that. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the built-in transitions are slide up, slide down, slide left, slide right. I don't need this recording going any longer. Oh, I forgot to record the thing today. That's probably fine. Okay then. So I'm wondering, because we messed with the file system, did we need to do a restart of the server? That might be a part of it. Yep, okay. So what's the point? Right, general evaluation. That should actually work. Oh, okay, I think I know. So actually, what we would want to do is... Right, we'd probably want to do another slide in there. But yeah, these would end up needing slide up. But then the last one we do... This would then be slide left. We'll call that foo. Ooh. That does not do it. Then I still think in the Y... Oh, that one is slide left right there, though. I know I've gotten this working before. Maybe not. Okay, so hold on. We're close. Slide that. Oh, right, and that's where we have to do like the dual thing. So yeah, the transition part. If you want to look at, like, you know, how much companies can make, like how much you can make at specific companies, I would say check this out. Right? What's going to matter more than anything is where you live. Yeah, sorry, we could have just done levels.fyi. All right, so if you're a beginner developer at Microsoft, that's about what you would make, theoretically. At Nordstrom, that's about what you would make, theoretically. But again, a lot of these are actually factoring in that you live in a high cost of living area. If you live in a low cost of living area, some companies will definitely pay you less. So it depends on the country you're in, the state you're in, etc. There is no one-size-fits-all approach. Oh. Is that right? Do we want down instead? Yeah. I think we're just making this more complicated than it should be. We'll stick with just the standard transitions. That's up to you. I don't know. We're not going to have that debate. Anything you've ever wanted to know about that, you can actually just put in some research in Google. We're not going to have that conversation here for the 1,000th. Mm-hmm. What's up, Grinchy? How you doing? So hold on, there's the idea of layouts in SlideEv as well. Yeah. So yeah, built-in layouts. We've got center, cover, default. What's up, Baylighter? No, Omni. Like I just said, we're not going to have that conversation here. I'm not looking to have chat debate that stuff for the thousandth time either. You guys want to chat privately? Go for it, but we're not going to do that here. That doesn't sound fun, DeGrinchy. Mm-hmm. Right, so for these slides, we could even do like image left, image right stuff. I think the big thing to remember is we don't need to actually style this that much, because it's not like we're going to be actually giving a talk about these things. I do want to do like the cover, or maybe just center. Yeah, center and default. I wonder, hold on, let's try this. All right, so we do the Y. And that's what we're working on. If you just watch, you'll understand more. We're working on a presentation about exactly what you asked. Whoa, that got real wonky, didn't it? All right, so yeah, we'll get rid of, oh man, yeah. Fiddling with the transition stuff was a bad idea. Now, about how to evaluate an LLM, right? Your usage of it, not the LLM itself. Oh. Yeah, right now we're just working on the slides and their presentation of it. I actually wonder if we should just center everything. Ooh, but that doesn't actually do it. This is not what this talk is about, Omni. This is about you using LLMs for your products and evaluating if they are hallucinating too much or other things. So it's just simply about evaluating it in your own usage of it. That's it. This is not at the consumer level. This is for people building products around them. Correct. So yeah, instead of why, maybe we just want to call this like premise or something like that. I don't think that's what we're getting at. No, this is not about ranking an LLM versus another LLM. We don't give a shit. That is not the point whatsoever. This is about evaluating your usage of it, of a single one, no matter which one you're using. This is not about comparing LLMs. Exactly. So yeah, maybe the what's the point one goes away. And actually, maybe these just become their own slides, right? Like avoiding hallucinations. Let me get more music going. There you go. Right, maybe use LangChain or some other tool to connect various agents. Right, so maybe you want to make sure that your output, your LLM output, is keeping you legal. I think that's maybe part of safety checks. And then, yeah, cost optimization. So yeah, the premise. Okay, so let's look at some of this. Okay. Wait, what? What did I just break? If you just do !song, you should be able to get a link as long as my bot's not crashed. Yeah, should be good. I mean fine-tuning, not like weight tuning. That is different. I mean fine-tuning as in changing how parts of your lang chain interact with each other. So the idea is when you're using lang chain, you may be scripting together multiple different agents or LLMs. They have their own very focused training. Right? So breaking down your process into different parts and passing things between these rather than writing one big LLM that is trained for all of it. That is actually far more useful and easier to maintain, easier to iterate upon, etc. The idea is to have many focused agents or LLMs, right? But you're not having to like retrain the entire thing when you want to do something slightly different in a small part of it. You can even have different teams working on different agents within that chain. And no, these are good questions. I'm sorry that I'm seeming a little short because I'm running into issues with the slide tool right now, and that's a little annoying for me. Let me double check some. Exactly. Yeah. No, that's like exactly the point. And yeah, I gotta go pee. Hold on, sorry. Let me go use the restroom. And yeah, thank you for the follow, DeGrinchy. Appreciate that. But yeah, let me go pee. I'll be right back. See you in a sec. Swing, swing, swing. All right. And yeah, let's get into this here beverage. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do a fresh one of these. I would consider that like a chain, like a Lang chain. So I wouldn't consider that one LLM at all. This is CNN. Sorry, bad joke. Plop. So yeah, really, I'm just trying to get through the why would you want to evaluate your LLMs? What ways of evaluating your LLMs are there? And I think so far these are like the main four, right? Now, first, let's figure out why only a couple of those slides are showing. I'm pretty sure it's because these dashes are being interpreted as metadata. But maybe not. So yeah, single file usage, not recommended. So syntax guide. It does look like the padding with an extra line should be good to go. That's what the triple dash is. So making sure that we're padded by a space on either side should be working. But we're only seeing avoiding hallucinations and fine-tuning workflows. So, you know how I was hyping up SlideDev the other day? I don't know about it anymore. We're definitely running into some weird bugs. What about it, Mohan? Oh, yeah. We're definitely running into some weird, like, File listener issues. No, like, Omni, we found out what the issue is. I restarted the server, and now these two show up. So for some reason, we're getting into a point where the file watching system just isn't listening. Like, it's not updating as it should. So that's really annoying. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just HTML, JS, and CSS. Right? That's how I make all of my slide presentations. It is compiled from Markdown. Which is why your question yesterday about the integrated editor didn't make any sense to me. Right? And also, like, an integrated editor almost doesn't make any sense because we're writing it with Markdown. So yeah, it's a little weird. But yeah. This is my favorite flow because it's still, like, the ease of just writing Markdown with also the ease of just publishing to GitHub pages. Things like that. This is VS Code, Hausa. We're using the Sublime Text theme, though. Just to keep you on your toes. Okay. And yeah, again, this is not about making it pretty. Oh, and hold on. I just realized what I did. So I think it broke, actually, when I changed up this. You taking off, Mohai? Okay. Later, man. Was that because I didn't go into a full-on speech about what we're doing? Okay, just double checking. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out some of these issues I'm having with the editor too. But yeah, no worries. This is making sure I didn't didn't upset you. They do that sometimes. Yep. I think it's good for safety. Oh, and hold on, let me just reply to a coworker. It depends on the kind of projects you want to make, Blades. They have React content that I'm not sure how up-to-date it is. At some point, though, do you feel like you're capable of making a portfolio project? You should start. The big thing I want to point out, though, Blades, is don't get yourself into tutorial hell. So just do the free code camp. Get yourself far enough through it that you can start making stuff. And you're good to go. But you don't want to switch to another tutorial platform just because you think it might teach you better. Now, the only thing that's going to teach you better is actually doing. A lot of this stuff won't stick. You're going to have to Google it a bunch. That's fine. I still have to Google the slice versus splice in JS. Right? Like, I still have to Google this every single time. So, don't feel bad about it. Don't waste time memorizing something you can easily look up. Because the amount of times you look it up, eventually you won't need to Google it if you use it often enough. Me, I don't use slice and splice often enough for me to have that stuff memorized. Anything worth memorizing, you will use often enough that you just have it memorized. So keep that in mind. Google, documentation, maybe even Claude, any of those things should be something you reach for. Yes, you're going to want to have like pretty solid foundations in JavaScript to do a web-based game. And then from there, you might look at something like Phaser. So yeah, I would say make sure you put in some pretty solid learning on the JavaScript front before you get into Phaser. But then, yeah, you're pretty good. And you might not use that much HTML or CSS with Phaser because you're going to end up doing a lot of like JavaScript animation with it. I didn't realize they had a like a WYSIWYG. Oh wow, that's actually cool. Yeah, that's awesome. We'll just point out though, if you're trying to get like a job doing web dev, Phaser might not be the move. It might be a good way to like practice your JavaScript, but realistically, focus on trying to make web applications using React or some other framework. Depending on where you live, that will dictate which framework you should probably look at. And yeah, how you doing, Krasner? How you doing, X Factor? Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you guys hanging when you said hi. And hey, Tej Coder, how you doing? All right, so one thing I want to do is, can we set it to a dark mode by default? I wouldn't recommend that whatsoever. Now, pretty much any tool that you would do that with is going to end up being just like doing Dreamweaver back in the day. The resulting HTML and React code you're going to have is going to be just worse. I'm very much not into the low-code tools. I mean, you could go try them out. They're called low-code tools, right? Builder.io might be a good one. think some of the technology behind some of the stuff they've done is kind of nice, but there we go. I don't know. I don't think it's a good way to learn. Exactly. Okay, so what I think I want to do is maybe turn this layout cover. Let's try that. I mean, yeah, the frameworks matter depending on where you're going to be, especially for your first career, right? For your first job, you're probably going to end up going into the office. And while I would never, well, never is a strong word. I would strongly not want to ever go into the office again. At least on a regular basis, hell no. Like every once in a while, once every 3 months, sure. But for early career people, I think going into the office is really useful, right? At a job that requires everyone to be there. If you're going to be in the office, but everyone else on your team is remote, then there's no point. But yeah, for me, a distributed asynchronous culture is highly important for what I do. Like for the way I work. Yeah, exactly. So I think you're fine. And yeah, it's going to depend on then wherever you are, right? So as an example, in Germany, as far as I know, the most common framework is Angular. Here in the US, it is probably React. It just depends. Ooh, Kinslayer, don't get me started on those TPS reports. Did you hear they changed the format? I think it's a new cover letter or something. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, that's interesting too, Space Case. Yeah, I didn't know that. Let me get you the memo again, Kinslayer, just in case. Yeah, finding talent for Angular is actually tough. Yeah. I was at a company where, yeah, finding talent was tough. Here's the thing, though. If you're a good React developer, I can teach you Angular. It's actually pretty easy. Now, Omni, that's a good solid line. Alright, hold on. Let me double check, make sure I'm not missing any messages over on Algora. Awesome. So if I do that, cool. Oh, and when I do cover, I need to actually do an image too. Ah, interesting. Oh, interesting though. Okay. Sweet. So yeah, that works just fine. So here's the thing. This like slide presentation, I'm like optimizing the aesthetics of it way too much. Because instead, I just want to get this to a point that I can talk to it and record like a demo talk that is going to become like the draft for a YouTube video. So this is really not towards the purpose of like a presentation. This is more towards the rough draft of a YouTube video. Oh, and this song is chill. This song is soulful. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, the way that I'm, like, fine-tuning the images behind things, that's already, like, way too much effort. But whatever. I do think I want to do just one more thing. This text center class, we also probably want to do items center as well. Maybe vertical align? And yeah, hold on. Now, I think we're still running into an issue. It uses Uno CSS, but Uno CSS is very like closely related. It's just another utility CSS class library. Where is that text center even being applied? Weird. Alright. Well, let me try this. Does that update our font or our theme at all? It does cause a full recompile. Okay. I think I'm fine with that. Yeah, a little bit of this, like, fiddling that we're doing is actually just for, like, me to, like, know and have for later. Okay. So yeah, now all of these are centered. I'm okay with that. Sure. I think one more thing I want to do then. Actually, where do I do custom CSS? A winning subject idea, the whole, like, smaller, focused agents glued together in a chain. That, I don't think that's actually been ignored. I don't know about researchers, but for people actually building businesses around these things, like, they're totally doing that. Like, here's a better example even, right? Look at something like Vappy.ai. Vappy AI will listen to your microphone. It'll pass your microphone data, right? You know, the recording, to an LLM that will extract the text from that, right? And then it will take the text generated from that and pass it to another LLM, such as OpenAI. From there, it will get a response from the AI, right, from OpenAI, and pass that to another LLM that will do voice to text, or sorry, text to voice. So you're gluing together like 3 entirely separate things. It's basically the same idea, right? Rather than build up one super LLM, gluing together constituent LLMs to an entire workflow. When you take that same idea and break it down to, we have one model that has been trained on something very specific, and then we pass it to another that has been trained on something very specific, it's the same basic idea. Right? You're getting too specific. It is the same basic idea. That idea of chaining those things and having smaller LLMs that you glue together, that's not new. I didn't make that up. That is something that I have totally read about. So if you haven't seen anyone talking about that, you're talking to the wrong people. I don't know what you thought I was talking about, but I'm talking about the idea of an agent chain. That's literally all I was talking about. So whatever you're thinking about is different. Right? You know how I know I'm not the one to come up with it? There are entire products based around this. All I'm talking about are these kind of flows. So I think you're massively misunderstanding there, Omni. Which is not the first time. Hey, Justin Musty, Mr. Sir. Thank you for the sub, dude. Been a little bit. How you been?
We are in the presence of greatness. Justin Musty shines in the exhilarating world of Aqua Tag, a sport combining elements of water polo and laser tag. Their greatest play, famously known as the Splash Dash, occurred during the international finals, where Justin Musty skillfully dodged multiple opponents and scored the decisive point underwater using a high-pressure water jet. This victory not only secured their team the championship,
what was the name of the sport?
Justin Musty's 100th career point, a rare milestone in the sport of Aqua Tag.
Akpatak? What? I'm so confused. Omni, you just said a subject I came up with. I didn't. Whatever you're talking about, you came up with. If it's not what I was talking about. I'm not considering that whatsoever. Cool, man. Go for it. Let your mind run with it. But can I please focus on what I'm trying to do? I actually have very little interest in LLMs and AI. Like, very little. Making this video is pushing me to the edge a bit. No, this is for some paid content. I like money, right? I like money, right? For sure. I'll happily get paid for it. But as far as like my interests go, I never would have done this on my own. I don't give a shit. Like, I don't fucking care. Let me point that out. The open telemetry stuff I did for Highlight, I was actually interested in. This, I am very much less interested in. I do need to work on my ability to make things about content I am less interested in. Yeah, exactly, Vibrant. Right, the fun part is I get to make a video for a company and, like, you know, a CEO and CTO that I consider friendly, if not just downright friends at this point. So, you know, that I find fun. Making content I can get paid for people that I like. That is pretty fun. But the subject matter, we're already running up the limits of how much I care. Sure, I get it. But yes, my ability to chat about where all this stuff could go, like really cool and crazy, like, I don't care, man. Is it something I can build a business or an application around? Well, then let's talk. But yeah, similarly, the way to think about it is not even like separate like training data, but there have been at least articles we've read on our news crawl at the beginning of the day that have pointed out that there is far more value in having your prompting be smaller and focused as well, right? So as far as it goes, like, you may have a context you need to set up based upon a thing that you want to tell OpenAI to parse and understand. Sure. But your goal should actually be to make that context window as small as possible. And if you have other stuff you want to do with OpenAI, compose multiple smaller context windows with focused prompting instead of trying to get all of your prompting in one go. And I've definitely seen that chatted about before too. Right? It's easier to fine-tune the results of a smaller bit of prompting. So yeah, the idea is compose your chains of things you're doing, which might not even involve separately trained stuff, right? Like, it's still the same LLM with the same models and same training, but the context you're giving it, right? That window being as small as possible for each like step in the chain, rather than jamming all of it into one prompt. That's the main gist. I don't think that's true. Right? Maybe you're thinking of just different things. That might be good for discovery. That is not good for building a product. A product that does something specific. You're talking about just simply, discovering things about the business records. That's a totally separate goal. That is not the goal of a business trying to do these things. That is the goal of an analyst trying to understand something. And they are fundamentally different goals. If I'm building a product that needs to do something, then it needs to do very specific things in a chain. So Omni, like, if ifs and buts was candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Who here remembers where I got that quote from? Who here has watched the Slam and Salmon with us? No. Jaime, nuke the dick out of it. Si, senor. That's the line, Vibrant. It's steaming! I know, I told her to go fuck herself. But what are you gonna do? Customers, right? I like the cut of your jib. All right, Jaime, nuke the dick out of it. I think he actually says, I like you, Guy. Something like that, because the guy's name is Guy. That's fine. All right, so we get to general evaluation. I guess one thing... Oh, it's by the Super Troopers guys. Yeah, it's quite good. Ah, okay, so hold up. Can we not do a style tag here? I actually find that kind of annoying. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Yeah, tomorrow during the day we will be on gaming stream while I do a bunch of co-working. I have a bunch of calls lined up as well for work, so that'll be kind of fun. But I will be live on the Get Kraken channels tomorrow, so maybe see you there, Space Case. Right, just for the 2 hours in the morning. Uh, 10 a.m. to noon West Coast time, so I forget your time zone. Probably like noon to 2 for you. Unless you're on East Coast, then it's 3 hours difference. And there we go. And hey, what's up, No Tie? Have I been doing anything with React server components? No, I haven't touched them. I don't think React server components solve a single problem I have. Yeah, so I'm like actually really bummed that they're being pushed so hard. So yeah, how you doing, No Tie? Yeah, I'm so confused. Like, I don't want to have to create an entirely new theme. Let's try this real quick. Let's do a restart. Nope. And yeah, Notai, have you been using React Server? Let me close some of these tabs that we're not using yet. And let's look at the Slidev docs. Oh, we could eject the theme. Langsmith, is that like very similar to LangChain? Oh, it is LangChain's thing. Yep, sure. Yeah, no, I've heard good things about LangChain and Langsmith, for sure. Again, it's outside the scope of like my understanding, so I don't know. So, hold on. Is lard vegan? It's definitely not. Yeah, it's made of animal fat. So it's definitely not vegetarian either. Looks like onion lard is a thing? So yeah, lard is definitely not vegan. Shortening. Shortening might be a better option. Yeah, I just recommended someone, like, if they want to season their pans, right, when you're seasoning your cast iron, you want to use a very high smoke point oil. I've been using avocado oil for my seasoning. I know canola is a higher smoke point, though. I really don't like canola oil. It seems very dirty and gross to me. Yeah, rapeseed oil. Not to be confused with grapeseed oil. But yeah, basically, any seed oil is really not good for you. Right? Like, the best oils for health-wise reasons are ones that require the least amount of processing, and that processing is basically like how you want to extract it. Something like an avocado, extracting that oil is incredibly easy because it's an oily thing in general. Meanwhile, like sunflower seed oil, yeah, you squeeze a sunflower seed between your fingers and tell me how oily it is. right? So yeah, a lot of seed oils I stay away from due to some BS I read ages ago. So canola is a food grade version of rapeseed oil. Aha, which is made to basically have less of that acid that's no good either. Okay. So yeah, yeah, Roundup Ready rapeseed oil. Like, no, thank you, man. I'm good. Ugh. Yeah, just I'm not a fan. I don't like canola oil. I will never use it for anything on my own. My favorite oil is peanut oil for deep frying. But again, then you run into like allergies as an issue. And peanut oil is super expensive. But yeah, you can take a peanut and squeeze it between your fingers and you can actually get some oil out of it, right? Like, yeah, peanuts are incredibly oily. So, yeah, like I'm not saying don't do any nut oils, but it's more like the nuts that are naturally oily versus the ones that require way more processing. And that's basically like way more like pressing. That's all. I do need to get some lard to like continue like reseasoning my wok. Let me get another synthwave album going. And yeah, how's everyone doing out there? What you up to? I am still sore from golfing on Sunday. Like, properly sore. Like, the first day was a bit, you know, okay. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Oof. Like, dude. Yeah, I need to go golfing and hit, like, a large bucket at least worth of golf balls pretty much every other day at this point. And I'll be, like, cut. Dude, it's such a good core exercise. Like, I feel it in, like, the muscles under your shoulder, you know? It's really hard to activate those. Golf does it really well. So, yeah. I'm gonna start working driving range into my routine. I don't have much power, but I am fairly consistent. Yeah, like, there are times, like, I still have the moments where I scull it, and I still have the moments where I top it. But other than that, when I hit it good, it's usually pretty damn straight. I mean, the driver is always like hit or miss, but with my hybrid and my irons, I'm not bad. I'm most consistent with my lob wedge. All right, my 60 degree. Love my lob wedge. My putting is, I treat golf like I treat snowboarding. So, like, you don't get practice swings in snowboarding, so I don't take practice swings. I'm also not good enough to recognize if a practice swing was any good anyway, so I don't even know if it was a good practice swing. Yeah, it's fun, right? It's one of those things where it's like okay to be bad. So, hold on. You're doing a coding challenge for a front-end job. It involves building and controlling a robot. The robot should be placed on a 5x5 grid. Supply controls that let you move the robot forwards in the direction it is facing and rotate the robot in place to face any cardinal direction. Nice. So, Tej, that does sound fun. I'm not going to give any other major advice, but here's one thing I would point out. Make sure you write your code in a way that allows it to work on a different sized grid. Same thing goes if you ever have to implement tic-tac-toe. Always make sure that you're able to handle a many-sized grid versus just the hard-coded 3 or whatever. Right? So just don't hard-code the numbers. Right? Use like lengths and other things so that it can be dynamic. So you're only defining, you know, the width versus height in one place, and everything else is derived from it. And that's just good application design, right? That's just good programming, right? One source of truth, that kind of thing. No worries. It would be unethical to tell you any like other specific stuff, but just simply, you know, I think the important thing is to remember that the 5x5 part is a bit of a, like they say it's 5x5 and you can account for that, but in the interview process, they will most likely ask how hard would it be to update the size of the grid? And the easier you make that, the better. So I would say don't even make it like, oh, is it going to be 5x5 or 4x4? Like always just the same number for the XY? Nope. Make it dynamic on the XY. All right? X and Y independently dynamic. That's all. And I don't think that is unethical to tell you to do that, because I'm not telling you how to do that. And that's up to you. In fact, hold on. I think I can show this at this point. I'm not going to share it out. But I can at least show it. One of my favorite things about this is that I wrote most of the game logic for tic-tac-toe using yotai and derived state. So the current game state is this, right? We have a game state on its own thing, which is, you know, the game. The current game state is a separate thing. right? The current game result state is also derived, right? Who has what score, etc. And as we update things, stuff happens. The current game ID state is just, you know, that was something I wanted to like subscribe to separately. The current round state, right? The rounds within the game, right? We're like recording and storing a lot of this magic. And like the entire logic of this application is actually within our state and the way these are derived from each other. So if I get the current round state, I can get the current round winner. And that's, yeah, if we have a winner, then the current round is finished. And I can simply use this to understand if we have like a finished game, right? Or a finished round. Because multiple rounds acceptable, right? Like a bunch of that stuff. Determining which player has gone. Well, yeah, we just look at the players and check if that's our user ID versus the other player's user ID. Like, so all of this stuff that is like derived ends up being like really nice, and it simplifies the logic of the game massively. So if I go to each route, let's say we go to game.tsx, I've got a couple use effects, but this is way less use effects than I would have otherwise, right? Like having to maintain this logic in a centralized, like in here, right? Like which turn is it? How many rounds have been played? Which round is it? Like all that stuff. Instead, I can use derived state for almost the entire portion of the game. So yeah, I'm really happy with how I built this. Right? All of this logic is elsewhere now. And that means that we can subscribe to it in other places too. So yeah, I had a lot of fun doing this part. Yes, like I fully talked through it saying like I did this to avoid a massive amount of use effects because the derived state is then subscribable from anywhere we want, and that makes it more composable rather than co-locating it with components or routes that would do that stuff as well. So yeah, it was about composability, but again, like game.size. I made game.size a variable that could be modified. So yeah, when I was building this tic-tac-toe thing for a challenge, I already predicted the fact that yes, they're gonna want to ask about a different sized grid. Now with tic-tac-toe at least, you do still have like the concept of like the dimension is always going to scale. So X and Y are always going to be the same value. Because I'm at least not aware of a different aspect ratio version of tic-tac-toe. Maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But yeah, I had a lot of fun building that out as a take-home. And also, like, really happy that I predicted well, how would it work with a different size grid? The one thing I messed up, though, my CSS was off. I had the CSS done in a slightly hard-coded way for the size of the grid. It just meant that the lines didn't get drawn for the entire thing, and it would have been a really quick fix in the interview, but they weren't even interested in seeing me change them. Right, just because, like, I recognized it and understood it and built it out in the way that mattered. Yeah, I mean, your interview is going to be its own different specific thing. But I really, really enjoyed, the idea of not just one single tic-tac-toe game, but what if you wanted to do another one and another one, right? You should alternate who starts. All that stuff is derived state. But deriving that state ad hoc in like the moment you need it becomes super annoying. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, that would be huge. That is a very smart move as well. No, that makes sense there, Teach. I think just understand what the true definition of a unit is, and when a unit test is more worthwhile than an end-to-end test, and when an end-to-end test is actually better than a unit test, right? Understanding the scope of those things is really important. When it comes to unit testing, the more you have to mock, the less useful the unit test is. So really focus on passing values rather than objects, because mocking values is so much easier than mocking objects. Or not necessarily objects, but like, I do mean objects, but I mean objects that do things. All right? Passing an object as an argument, especially an object that does things and has methods, etc., I think lends itself to a slightly worse testing experience than if you're just passing raw values, because raw values are so much easier to mock, right? So that's like a functional approach to unit testing. And I think the functional aspect of things makes unit testing way easier if you can do it in the right places. Like if you find yourself mocking a database connection, you have massively fucked up. No, I guess the way I'm getting at it is if you want to pass like a raw object that has properties on it, that's fine, because you can mock that really easy, right? But the moment you're passing a class that has methods that do things and mutate things, ugh, like that sucks. So yeah, like try and test the results of method or object methods rather than the object methods themselves, or at least like the objects themselves. Like as a functional programming thing goes, and this might not truly be functional programming aspect, but to me, the more you can work with primitive values at your smallest units, the more testable they become. So for some functions, passing an object that has properties on it because you don't want to have to care about the order of the arguments you're passing, sure, I get it. That's, maybe the case where you have 10 plus arguments to a function. At that point, the function probably should have been broken up anyway. But bare minimum, that is a case that happens sometimes, where you have too many arguments and you don't want to worry about the order they get passed in. And this is more of a JavaScript problem, because once you're in TypeScript, a lot of that stuff can be tested for you, right? Like our tooling can actually expose the shape of a function easier to us now. Back in the day, that was way harder. And the order of your arguments became more of a hassle. These days, if you have TypeScript, you're good. Right? With a stricter language like Go or Rust, you're fine. I'll even go up to like 5 or 6 arguments and not care. I mean, modern dev should probably be done with TypeScript. I can understand the cases for raw JavaScript, like when you're too lazy to set up TypeScript tooling, etc. That's a major reason, in my opinion, especially for something like a one-off. But yeah, I don't know. The amount of times I would do raw JavaScript are much, much less than the times that it's worth doing TypeScript. I actually hate that song. Any reading materials I would suggest for testing? I mean, if you're talking about unit tests, then I would simply say read up on functional programming, because functions written in a functional programming way are massively easier to unit test. Is TypeScript the reason Microsoft open sourced VS Code? I doubt it. And hey, what's up, YK? How's the source graph thing, man? That is where you're at, right? It's been good so far? Nice. Yep. And did you end up moving for that one? Because I remember hearing that they wanted someone who was based in San Fran for that role. You're fully remote. See, I remember talking to people and asking about it, and they were like, nah, we want someone in San Fran. But I kind of knew that for the right person, they would let it still be remote. Exactly, yeah. No, I think you got it like special that way. Another reason I'm not a huge fan of source graph. I don't know if you saw that tweet I made though, where I talked about a company basically ghosting me after 6 interview rounds. That was source graph. This was for an engineering role, not the dev advocate role, but they didn't fully ghost me. I had to reach out to them after like a week and a half because they had ghosted me for that long. And then it was like another week and a half before they got back to me. So basically like 3 weeks of nothing. They could have just said, hey, we're talking to other people. We'll keep you like informed. They could have done anything really. So yeah, I'm still like, they're on my shit list for that one. I refuse to use Cody now because of it. It's fine. You know, it happens. It's just so funny to me because they pride themselves on async communication. And that was some of the worst async communication I've ever had. So for a company to pride themselves on async working and communication, for that to happen, I consider that bullet dodged. Room for improvement is a massive understatement. But yeah, I mean, I hope you're happy there. You're working real close with like Chris Sev, I think his name is. Like, I forget his full name. He seems super cool. Yeah. Like every interaction I've ever had with him online is just awesome. So yeah, he seems really cool. I don't know if it's worth letting them know about it at all. Like, yeah, I don't think it's worth actually... Like, I don't think the company cares. If they cared, it wouldn't have happened. So, yeah, don't even worry about it. I would say, don't muddy the water, or put a target on your back, or I don't know, any one of the cliches we could use for that. Nah, I think it's fine. Not worth shaking things up for. Appreciate you thinking about me, though. Nah, I really do appreciate you. It could have just been timing or circumstance or who knows. A number of things. Don't let my negativity influence anything you do. I don't know. I haven't chatted with you in months. That's all. Wanted to congratulate you on the source graph thing. Funnily enough, I've been chatting with the growth book people. Not like for a job or anything, but just like their founder or like CEO or whatever. Like comes into chat every once in a while. I'm actually wearing one of their shirts right now because he gave me a bunch of like a credit for their online store, which is kind of funny. Like, this is a great shirt, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so I thought that was kind of funny. Just like small world stuff, you know? Yeah, it's like an A/B testing reference. Right? When you're doing A/B testing, you're dealing with statistics, and sometimes you don't have a significant deviation while doing an A/B test. It's good. Yeah. I don't know, like, I've heard, like, a few people be like, hey, I saw one of your ads. Like, just randomly surfing YouTube. That's actually kind of fun for me. I like that. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Got accepted for a GitHub Universe talk about how we use Copilot and GitHub Actions and stuff, which is cool. Technically, two other people I work with, the CTO, who wrote GitLens, and I don't remember her name, but she's somewhat new to the company. She built out Reltio. I don't know if you've ever heard of Reltio, which is like a... like something data management? I forget, but like, yeah. I mean, we can look it up, whatever their keyword. Anyway, she's like a master data management kind of thing, right? Like, yeah, she was a big part of like that, like startup and everything before it like sold or IPO'd or whatever. I forget. They both submitted talks too. Mine got accepted. Now that's down to the fact that I crafted my talk towards exactly what GitHub was looking for. But I'm still pumped on it. Yep. So yeah, it will be about how GitKraken uses Copilot and Actions. I still need to actually write that talk, and I have until September 10th. So I did have to just like push back, letting my boss know like I'm gonna have to like really heavily focus on interviewing people at GitKraken like pretty much all of next week. Like, that's going to be like my core primary focus for work next week. Because, yeah, I need to actually collect the data that I can turn into a talk. How was the live stream with Get Kraken today? It was good. Basically, figured out all of my issues with, like, HTTP requests. And I think figured out what the issue was when we were trying to do it with GitLens. No, it wasn't cores, but it's somewhat related. Basically, the way XDism works is it needs to like sandbox the plugins, and then you need to allow the things that your plugins can do, because just security reasons, right? Do you want to allow plugins for your application to actually access any domain? Maybe not, right? So instead, you can configure that and allow escaping that sandbox for HTTP requests by passing an allowed hosts thing. So it's very similar to like a CORS problem, but it's not the same exact thing. So we might be able to get it integrated into GitLens. I'd love to like fiddle with that a little bit more just to see. But basically, yeah, I wrote the Go plugin that does a basic HTTP request to a local server, kind of like what we were doing on Sunday. And then I rewrote or like wrote a second plugin that is doing the same thing in JavaScript. So yeah, the JavaScript to Golang integration worked great. And yeah, just like building out the content and discovery for that so I can actually have a really good talk for SquiggleConf. Yeah, I remember hearing that they've been trying to get into GitHub Universe for years. And I'm like the one that landed it, which is kind of cool. Like, I'm really proud of that. And GitHub Universe is crazy. They cover the hotel for even like a couple extra days kind of thing. They cover, or they give like, I think it's like $1,500 as a stipend, or they had another word for it. So yeah, you basically get paid to talk at GitHub Universe. It's really awesome, actually. Yeah, it's really cool. And I get to go to San Fran. I haven't been to San Fran since I was born there. Technically Redwood City, but yeah. That's crazy, isn't it? I know, exactly X Factor, right? Am I providing value? Am I doing the thing? Am I a real DevRel? So I arrived like 2 days before GitHub Universe. Like 1 day to like settle and then 1 day to do like the practice talk kind of thing. Like I haven't actually booked the flight yet. I need to do that first. Makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I basically never been there. October 28th? What day of the week is that? Yeah, that'd be awesome, actually. Hold on. That's the Monday? I mean, I could stay an extra day. October 28th. Oh, so that would be the day that I have to do like my demo talk, and there might be like a speaker dinner thing. But honestly, like after the speaker dinner, like, yeah, let's do some stuff. So yeah, I'd be down. There would also be maybe the day before, the 27th, that could work too. Yeah, no, that'd be cool, man. Also, like, you live somewhat close. you ever come down to Seattle JS for a presentation talk for source graph stuff, I mean, I go to Seattle JS every chance I get. Yeah, they have like an open submission kind of thing. So yeah, they got like a call for presenters right here. Yeah, exactly. I would say get your submission in whenever, and like you can help let them know like when you can do it. I forget. Hold on. I don't remember if like you can pick the months you're aiming for in this one. Talk type, blurb, etc. Nah, but like honestly, they're really good about just like chatting and figuring out when to schedule and all that stuff. So yeah, really good people like operating that stuff. It's awesome. Oh, so it's just on the main page. It's just /speak if you want to type it in yourself. But like it should just be right below the, you know, this like upcoming thing. So it's like speaking at, and then it's call for presenters. And just remember, this is like just the monthly meetup, not like the big conference or whatever. So you'll have like 50 people hanging out, like nothing special. Yeah, no worries. And again, no stress if you don't want to do it and it's too much effort to like make the drive or whatever, like all that stuff. I totally get it. I do believe there's a train that might be doable. Right? Like a train to King Street Station, and then you just Uber to the event. Might just fly? That's not bad either. I think the train is kind of nice because they have decent Wi-Fi. So, you know, depending on like how long it actually takes. I would say the bus is kind of like a shittier situation. Yeah, if it's running at the times that you care about. You've taken that bus? Okay. Yeah, I've done the Bolt bus, which I know went from like Vancouver to Seattle and then Seattle to Portland. I've done the Seattle to Portland part. Is it like pretty spendy? I didn't realize that on me. Okay. Yeah, the bus might be the move. And I think it takes longer than the bus too, because you end up doing like stops along the way. I just feel like you have like more sitting room on a bus. Or sorry, not on a bus, on a train. And yeah, it would be expensed anyway, so fuck it, why not fly? But the big thing about flying is you're like farther outside the city. So the Uber, etc. is like longer and more annoying. Like you're a good 20 to 30 minutes out from the city if you fly. Yeah, exactly. Possible, yeah. A lot of working professionals use it. Like I know Carter Rabassa, you know, one of the people who did the organizing for Seattle JS for a long time. I think he has stepped back from that a bit, but I've seen him like tweet about how awesome the train from Seattle to Portland is for some event. I forgot what event that was. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, wow. This is interesting. Sorry, I just randomly clicked over to some Twitter stuff. It seems that in Golang, the order your props are in a struct actually matters, because they end up doing like padding between certain fields. Hmm. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. But okay, let me get more music going. I do have to go pee again. I want to get more work done on our slides that I am now slacking on just a little bit. Yeah, it is super weird when the music's not going. So let me get that. Let me do that part real quick. Okay, BRB, let me go pee. Okay, so yeah, thank you. You already submitted one. Oh shit. Damn, you had one going already. Wow. And yeah, real quick, oh, yep, I was just gonna say, yeah, Omni had some questions for you. And you know about the Vancouver JS too, right? I just need to shorten it. Nice. Yeah, Seshnize is kind of good. I like it. Okay, yep. Yeah, the Vancouver JS guy has come down for a couple events from time to time. Yeah, he's fun to chat with too. If I had a passport, I would actually submit to Vancouver JS. I'm still slacking on that. Nice. I know, I need to make it happen. I need to get my birth certificate first. So a big part of dev advocacy there, Omni, is actually, it's a two-way street. So you need to actually bring developer comments and opinions back to the company, not just be a mouthpiece to tell developers about the company's stuff. And I would say, like, a major part of the value is actually bringing back what people are saying to the company, right? Advocating for the developer, not just being a marketing mouthpiece. Exactly, yep. Right? Support only ever hears the things that are going wrong. Whereas, like, as a developer advocate, you can listen to things that developers might think and care about before they've even used your product and something is going wrong, right? Yeah, for sure, Omni. So I think the big thing is we're basically Tom from Office Space, right? Well, I take the spec from the client and I bring it to the devs. Well, why can't the client just bring the spec to the devs? Because devs aren't people. I'm a people person. What is wrong with you people? Right? For sure. We're basically Tom from Office Space. He talks with the people so the engineers don't have to. He has people skills. Exactly. We are Tom from Office Space. Yeah. YK, drop any of the articles you want to link or anything. Yep. I think a big part of developer advocacy is recognizing that there are like three main pillars. There's the product focus, which is bringing stuff back to the company from developers. That's the product aspect. There's the content aspect, which is basically taking company stuff and bringing that to developers. And then there's also like the community aspect, which is down to like facilitating that two-way workflow. The community aspect is going out to meetups and talking, but also talking with developers in Discords and things like that. So yeah, like those three aspects of it are important. And you'll typically find that most DevRel or dev advocate people are really good at like one versus like all three. So the nice part is at this company, their main goal was, nah, man, you're a content person. Sounds like a marketing job with maybe a lower salary. I make as much as I did as a senior engineer. I don't mind saying it. I make 155K a year. I made 150 at the previous company, where I was an actual like senior front-end engineer. Now those, like, as an engineer, that's not huge. Marketing is usually slightly higher than engineering. Are you sure about that? Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, I'm seeing, like, sure, Glassdoor says it can go up to 210K. I think that's for, like, senior marketing, though. Yeah, as far as I know, marketing is not paid as much as engineering in pretty much any organization. Until you get to, like, you know, director of marketing, that kind of BS. Even at a company as small as mine, there are two, like, marketing people. I'm on the product marketing team, and on product marketing, there's like 5 or 6 of us. So, yeah, in some cases, developer advocates or DevRel are lumped under product marketing, rarely under marketing itself, and then even more rarely in its own department. So when you say 150 engineers at MIPS, what type of business was that, though? Like, if you're doing like agency or consultancy level work, then yeah, you only need one marketing person. If you're at a product company, you definitely need more than one marketing person. Designing multi-processors like Intel. So I guess here's the thing. Your customers, right? You were B2B only, right? When you need more than one marketing person, you're typically dealing with B2C instead. When you're at B2B, yeah, sales is actually going to be way heavier. So I can agree with that. That makes sense. The lines do get a little bit muddier when you start considering like dev tools companies. Dev tools companies are actually like closer to B2C than they are B2B, but they make their most money from B2B. But you only get the B2B stuff because the customer is a developer at bigger companies. So I think there's an aspect to that for sure. And yeah, sorry, I know you were saying you were stepping off. Grinchy, thank you for chatting. Later. Have a good night. Hope you heard that. My bad. And yeah, pretty solid song. When you say Bandcamp, you mean Bandcamp in general, or do you mean my Bandcamp? Just in general? No, it's really good. It's like especially good for independent musicians. You don't need any kind of like special representation or any like stuff in a catalog or whatever, right? You can just publish an album to Bandcamp. It's really good, actually. If they weren't owned by CD Baby, I'd be way more stoked on it at this point. But yeah, like, its future is somewhat uncertain. Because CD Baby might feel like it's a cost center at some point. Exactly, Omni. Yeah. Anything that bypasses Spotify? Yep, huge fan. Song Trader. I think Song Trader is the CD Baby. Are they not the CD Baby people? Maybe I've just always like equated them. I know Epic owned it at one point. I thought Song Trader owned CD Baby. Do they not? Oh, they don't. Okay. But still, the same thing applies. Song Trader is questionable. Downtown owns CD Baby? Okay, so I've had that wrong for a while. But again, like, I just consider Song Trader not wanting to care about the product. I really liked it when Epic bought it. I thought that was a genius move, and I really liked it. But yeah, like, dude, when Song Trader bought it, after the acquisition, they fired approximately half of the Bandcamp staff. Like, that doesn't sound good. Now, it's possible that Song Trader simply... There was a lot of redundancy because they had people doing, like, the business aspect of Bandcamp. I'd be curious how much of the staff they laid off was actually, like, engineers. Oh, really? So, Peter, good call. Thank you for correcting me on that. So basically what you're saying is it would be better if CD Baby owned it. Is that what I'm hearing? I think that's what I'm hearing. So yeah, my bad. For some reason, my brain equated Song Trader to CD Baby. They're not even closely related. My bad. Right, they acquired 7 Digital, they acquired TuneFind, they own Pretzel as well now. Like, maybe it's good. They're actually doing a good thing. So maybe CD Baby or Downtown ends up creating a Bandcamp competitor that I'd be stoked on. Maybe Bandcamp continues operating and being awesome. I'd be stoked on that too. I was majorly skeptical after this, right? Like, fired half of their staff. Yikes. But again, we don't know what percentage that was of engineering versus, you know, like, music industry people. Yeah. So, yeah, good call on the correction. Thank you, Peter. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I had that wrongly associated in my brain. That happens, you know? Oh, and hold on. Let me allow that. They didn't like the word pimps. I think, yeah, no, you're good. Especially because it's a Hunter S. Thompson quote. No, Epic is out of the music business, but they were in it at one time. The music business is a cruel and shallow money trench, a long plastic hallway where thieves and pimps run free and good men die like dogs. There's also a negative side. Yeah, totally. I think the time at which Hunter wrote that quote was also the time at which, like, fucking Last Dance with Mary Jane guy, Tom Petty, he had to file bankruptcy to get out of his obligations to the recording studio or like the record label or whatever. Yeah, and I feel like the Tom Petty having to file bankruptcy was like late 70s, but still, like, that's the same era of music, basically. Yeah, Tom Petty had to do it technically because he's a fucking genius to get out of his obligations and then to start owning his own music. Like, so yeah, Tom Petty's a fucking genius. Like, really smart that way. Oh, yeah, exactly. Prince had to do the same thing. Yep. Because record labels are predatory. For sure. All right, let's get back to what we're doing. I know I'm taking my sweet ass time, aren't I? So we got the Y part. We'll call the Y part good. The evaluation general part. You always think of Dr. Thompson? No, I mean, we can still chat about it. I just want to at least get a little bit of work done while we're chatting. Web 3 is coming? Is it, though? Is it, though? No, I believe in the idea of blockchain-based whatever. Like, I definitely hold some crypto. That is such a massively misleading comment there, guy. That is such a massively misleading comment. You mean nothing works without cryptography. Plenty of stuff works without crypto coins. Plenty of stuff works without the bullshit of crypto coins. You're right that nothing works without cryptography, but equating those two things is bullshit. So hold on, Colton, right? Is that in relation to like the I'm Bringing Sexy Back song? I'm bringing Web3 back. Y'all NFTs don't know how to act, right? It doesn't flow quite the same way, but it's kind of close. Clerks 2 reference. Oh, I haven't seen that for ages. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch it. In the heat of the moment, Web3 is okay. Replace Web3 with, I think you know the quote. In the heat of the moment, many of the crypto coins print money every single day, right? Like Doge, right? Like the worst ones. So yeah, the debasing of the value happens every single day. You know what actually I would love? If we could actually debase the value of gold due to matter manipulation. That'd be amazing. Can we just move a couple atoms and turn lead into gold? I bet we could. With unlimited energy, absolutely. At that point, sky's the limit, man. You're about to hit buzzword bingo there, Guy Creative. You know what fucks with the plot of Cowboys and Aliens? Everything. Everything. Right? There is so much wrong with that film. It's still a guilty pleasure, and I'll watch it like every chance I get. But yeah, no, that film has more problems than it has like things it did right. But it's still such a good guilty pleasure. Like, yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, it's a cool film. It's a fun concept. It was directed well and acted well. Right? Like, you know, not every film needs to be taken seriously. Sometimes you just want to watch Transformers, you know? And Cowboys and Aliens was very much a Transformers style film with better acting. Best acting in Transformers was Stanley Tucci, and he was there for 5 minutes. Hey, J. Phils, Mr. Sir.
You're in the presence of greatness. It's
Mr.
Jay
Sir.
Phils is a star player in the high-stakes world of sky archery, a sport where athletes shoot targets while gliding through the air wearing jet-powered wingsuits. Their greatest play was at the International Sky Target Championship, where they hit a triple bullseye from 500 meters, a feat that stunned spectators and set a new world record. It's Jay Phils is also known for winning the Sky Archery Grand Master title 3 years in a row, an
Sky
unprecedented
Archery
milestone in the sport.
I know, 47 months. That's huge, man. Second place in archery. Damn it. Yeah, this LLM is becoming sentient. That's a little scary. Are you going to be at TwitchCon this year? No worries if not. Like, I totally get it. But, yeah, just curious. You're missing it this year. I think we actually chatted about this a little bit at Render, didn't we? Like, you have something else going on during that, right? And you don't have to dox that part. I feel like I remember having that chat. I may have mixed that chat up with someone else too, though. Like, you know, Render's a blur. Like a 5-week stretch that includes lead dev. It was you. Okay, just double checking, you know, like, you know who drinks the whiskey? This guy. So yeah, like, I can see mixing that up, you know. So yeah, doing a marathon. Oh, and lead dev. Lead dev. That's, I'm guessing, the conference in New York? Okay. Yeah, super cool. Lead dev and leading engineering. Ooh, okay. I don't think I can make it to this one. That's coming up so soon. Like, there's no way. Yeah, I'm not making it to this one. Here's the question. Would you actually be willing to do like a podcast style like interview in which we talk about onboarding, or like basically we have a get Kraken not.dev.com/4teams, right? We have this page. Oh, is that not it? Oh shit. I don't think that's the page. Shit. So basically, we're going to be doing something about, like, the pain points of, like, team stuff. This is the page. Okay, so it's not 4teams, it's just /teams. There we go. So basically, the idea of, we would do, like, an interview thing, kind of based upon, like, yeah, supercharging your teamwork, right? Like all the, right, better collaboration, faster onboarding, unified Git tooling, accelerated velocity, and, like, integrated workflows. And hey, JD, Mr. Sir. So basically, the idea would be, like, hey, can you think of times where, like, you would have really benefited or like times that communication and collaboration wasn't as good. Like, I don't know what the questions would actually be, but it would be like these 5 things. Now, hold on. Let me do the shout out.
Their greatest play was at the World Sky Surfing Championships, where they executed a triple flip over the Grand Canyon at daring and breathtaking maneuver that no one had ever attempted before. This phenomenal play not only earned them the gold medal, but also set a new world record for the highest altitude trick performed, forever marking JD Dozdev as a legend in the world of extreme sports.
JD Dozdev. Hell yeah, thank you for the raid, man. And thank you for the shout out. Oh, dude. Yeah, thank you. The Sky Surfing Champion. Damn right. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. How you doing? And yeah, hold on. Let me read your comment. Shameless plug something, right? Did an interview on remote onboarding. Always down to talk shop. Yeah. So it'd basically be just like, we'd talk about these 5 things. We'd also just like riff. We want to treat it like a real, like actual, like podcasty style interview thing. So, you know, we'll book out like a half hour or so, trim it for the parts that maybe aren't as relevant, but we still want to do some like content related to working better as a team, like not even necessarily focusing on GitKraken itself, but like maybe in the video I make, we would do our interview stuff, and then afterwards, like I'd come in like, and hey, if any of this stuff resonated, like totally use GitKraken to help make these things better, blah blah blah, right? Like super quick and easy. But yeah, like mainly just like treating it like a proper, like just chatting, hanging out, working together, talk about these things, understand each other, talk about, you know, just like, hey, yeah, like tell us about yourself, and then maybe we riff on some things. Like treat it very much like a proper podcast where it's just conversational rather than like selling something. I think we could do some really good content around that. Yeah, like, dude, I'm down. If you have, like, some recommendations on questions we can chat about. Nah, and I appreciate that, man. I'm still trying to figure out how to edit together some of our interview stuff. I really appreciate you doing that. I think, dude, I messed up really bad. So I can do, like, the voiceover of my, like, chatting or whatever. But holy shit, man, like, I need to be better about, like, moving the microphone. I kept it in front of you when I was, like, asking the questions and stuff, and that audio didn't get picked up from me, like, at all. Like, your audio is great, so I can probably, like, cut and splice some stuff. I've just been slacking, you know. But, like, I need to be better about moving it back. I think instead I need to just get, like, a lapel mic and record 2 tracks. That's probably the move. I just have it there, and then I just have the microphone as like a prop almost, but also like picking up your audio or like the interviewee's audio. So something to learn. Again, I have never done it before, so it's a little trickier. Next time, I'll be better. But I do think, yes, you, Abby Perini, like all the people that gave the interview stuff, I should be able to edit that stuff together better. I need to put in the effort. I might be able to just pass those to our social media person and she could make it better. Like, I think I have too critical of an eye because I'm too close to it. So, yeah, if my coworker is okay with that, I might have some stuff to pass to her, but I'll take some time to do so. So, someone with the title Recruiter viewed your profile. I mean, JD, yeah, like, so hold on, what are you looking for at the moment? Like, I know you're doing a bunch of, like, Godot stuff, right? According to your title and what you were doing on stream. What's, like, your profession? Is that also game dev, or is that just, like, a fun, like, side thing you're doing? You're mainly a web dev, PHP, Drupal, JavaScript. Okay. No, that's huge. Awesome. Okay. And are you desperate? To lapel would work. I think there's something about the prop that's useful. I think just simply as like just value in that. I think having the prop of a microphone we're handing off is like really useful still. Even if it's just a prop and it's not even being used, there's still like value to that. Right? Like same reason people like hold the lapel mic. There's something like low budget, but also like that low budget aspect of it is more approachable. So that's why those videos do better on TikTok and whatever. Yeah, there's something kind of crazy. And I watched a really good video about like, why are these people holding lapel mics or whatever, right? Okay, no, I gotcha. I would simply throw out, I know a company that does a lot of PHP stuff. Most of it's like WordPress though. If you're willing to do contracting, I could definitely pass you the link. Like, I don't know if they would pay a rate that you're like wanting, but I used to do like a full-time thing. Hold on. Fresh consulting. You're looking for like a forever home? I mean, no one should ever look for a job that does that. Because, nah, like jobs, they come and go. But this is a company that I was constantly getting like interesting projects. Like constantly. They do maybe somewhat recognize that they're a bit of a jump to conclusions map. Like, because they don't pay top of the industry style like salaries. But at the end of the day, like, dude, a contract is a contract, and if it pays similar to what you were looking for, then you're good. Do I recommend Framer or Webflow? Personally, no. Like, I would never use those things, but there are people that do. A consulting company with good engineers can be fun. And they do get interesting projects. They also get some shitty ones. But, I don't know. I'd just say, are they hiring? I have no idea. 11 positions open? Yeah, she didn't work there when I worked there. Interesting. Retirement and insurance. And you got to raid and run. So yeah, if you're not looking for contracting, I totally understand that. That makes sense. Dude, I'm pretty sure half the people in this photo don't even work there anymore. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Honestly, yeah, go do your thing. What are you going to eat real quick? Hold on. This is a foodie stream in disguise. I'll be cooking chicken wings later. I might like slightly just like dip them in flour. But other than that, just deep fried chicken wings and then toss them in some seared garlic. Sergio, all that stuff is possible, right? You can make a massively performant WordPress site. You can consume WordPress into a static site using Astro or Gatsby or any of that stuff because WordPress has an API. Still recovering. Nah, I gotcha. Yeah, no worries, man. Dude, if I had like better stuff to recommend to you, I totally would. This is just the only company I know of that does PHP stuff. Hold on. So, real quick, before you go. Are you familiar with Josh Siri? Right? He does a bunch of content. like for Laravel stuff, he may have some connections for like Laravel companies, etc. Like he may have something to link you to. He works for Laravel right now as a developer advocate. Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. Like, this dude is, like, massively tied into the Laravel ecosystem at the moment. And he may end up knowing companies, etc. in that space. He may also just be stoked on doing some collaborative content on stream. So that might be the way you approach it. Like, hey, would you like to come on my stream and we do some PHP Laravel stuff? And then you use that as a segue to like, and also if you know people that are hiring, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, exactly. J. Phils might know some people too. So yeah, like JD, for sure, man. Like, my favorite thing about being a DevRel, dev advocate, whatever, now is that like I've built up a lot of these connections in the entire like just dev ecosystem. Like, so for some content we did for GitKraken, they were like, yeah, let's do some DevX Days stuff. Like, let's book some interviews. And I was like, okay, I'll book some interviews. I ended up booking interviews with like Tessa Marrow, head of DevRel at Appright, with Daniel C. Rowe from Nuxt, right? Like, just, you know, Joshua Goldberg, like a bunch of really high level, visible people that do awesome work. They were happy to hop on a 15-minute call and just have me interview them and use that for content. Like, it was really cool. So yeah, I think streaming is one of the best things you should leverage as like connections to the greater industry. Like, hugely useful, hugely valuable. But anyway, yeah, go ahead and drop. Enjoy your PB&J. If you're ever in Seattle, I'll take you out for a meal. How about that? I'll take you to the best PB&J place I know. I don't know one, so yeah, shit. We'll have to figure that out otherwise. All right, let me get more music going, though. And yeah, enjoy your night. Thank you for the raid. Later, JD. Do they sell PB&J at Ruth's Chris? Ooh, I don't know. I have no idea. What do I recommend for a drag and drop website to publish your app? I mean, at that point, use the ones that you asked about, Sergio. Like, just go for it. I don't think drag and drop is going to get you to the right place, personally. But if you just need to launch something as quick as possible, then go for it. But eventually, anything you build with a drag and drop, you're going to have to actually build in an artisan way that a drag and drop is not capable of. But if you're just trying to get up and running as quick as possible, yeah, the ones you asked about are probably fine. Another one I've heard somewhat decent things about, but I don't know. I've never used it, so I'm not even sure if it applies to what you're asking, is Builder.io. Now, I would say, like, whatever you're talking about, building in 2 months by programming it, but you could, like, totally do it quicker with a drag and drop, that 2 months would be quicker if you actually just build it right. And if you, like, learn the skills to build something better. So that's my main point. Like, yeah, 2 months now is just like an upfront cost, and every single thing you make after that is quicker and quicker. Meanwhile, like, learning a drag and drop tool, meh. Yeah, it depends on what you're building, I think. What about Netlify? Netlify is just a hosting tool. As far as I know, Netlify doesn't do the drag and drop stuff. Netlify is just for hosting the thing that you built on your own. If they have a drag and drop thing that I'm not aware of, well, yeah. All right, check it out. I don't know. Never used it. No idea. Oh, so yeah, Fresh Consulting is really only looking for like hardware people, because that's harder to hire for anyway. Yeah, that's a bummer. You made one with Next.js, but it takes too long to style for multiple devices. Again, Sergio, if you get good at responsive design, that shit's quick. The thing that's taking you the time is you're like equating your learning time to development time. Once you've learned the thing, your development time decreases. But it does require an upfront effort. That said, you're going to put in an upfront effort for a drag and drop tool as well. Like, that's science, man. No matter what, every single thing you use requires upfront work. The biggest thing is that knowledge you gain from using a drag and drop tool actually transferable? And I think no. So instead, concentrate on transferable skills, not up and running ASAP. Unless like you really, really, really need it up and running ASAP, go for it. But whatever you're putting off by doing the up and running ASAP, you're still going to have to pay that cost. It's basically debt. Yeah, exactly, right? Equating learning time or research time or prototyping time to actual development time is incorrect, right? And that's why you do spike tasks. Like, I'm going to say, like, I have no idea about this new tool or thing. Give me 8 hours of my week to look into it, because you could easily go over that if you're given unlimited budget, right? Within those 8 hours, what did you learn, and is it worth continuing the spike? Right? Time box some shit. So a spike is a time boxed amount of like research and prototyping. In agile methodology and agile terminology, a spike is just a time-boxed amount of learning, basically. And that learning could be prototyping or exploring some new API or evaluating some technology you might want to use. Like, it's just simply like time-boxing that type of like fuzzy task, right? So yeah, a spike is a time-boxed task. Nah, like Blades, like the difference between software engineering and CS, who cares? You can fill in those blanks and those gaps yourself. Nah, man. If you're doing a bachelor's program, you're doing everything you need to do anyway. Like, don't worry about that. No matter what, if you did CS, you'd still be putting in a lot of extra effort towards learning to actually be hireable. That's just the thing, you know? I'm willing to bet the difference in your like job preparedness is like minimal. Instead, neither one prepares you for the job. They're both there to teach you how to learn. Nah, man. No one gives a shit. You have a bachelor's degree, you're set. You've already met, like, the criteria that someone cares about. Bachelor's degree in CS versus software engineering, nobody in HR is going to give a shit. That's the same thing. Those are like JavaScript equal. Right? So hold on. Let me do this for fun. Right? No, so hold on. We don't want to do that. Oh, wait. That doesn't equate? Oh, shit. I thought it did for some reason. Right? So it's like 1 is equal to true. To an HR person, your software engineering bachelor's degree is a 1. And the actual, like, true is the CS degree that they asked for on the the job description. They're actually the same thing. Yeah, once you have experience, your degree is fucking meaningless. There's always a knowledge gap. Yeah, exactly, J. Phils. Right? I'm only 10 years in. As far as, like, professional, like, dev goes. Like, bad freelancing, maybe 5 years before that. I think most people here in chat recognize that I can do some shit. But it's not because of the degree I have. It's because I actually, like, I love doing this shit. The time in the saddle is worthwhile, but it's not, like, the metric that matters at the end of the day. Yeah, continuous learning is far more important than some degree you got. Absolutely. For sure. Oh, here's the thing, Bob. Like, here on stream, like, I want to say 4 years ago. Damn, it's that long. I totally was trying to do Cartesian math for, like a ball bouncing on a height map. Instead, I needed to, like, figure out and learn polar math. Did I know even what polar math was at the time? Hell no. Someone in chat told me, though. And I figured out, and we made it work. Bing, bam, boom. Like, learn the things you need as you need to learn them. You can't possibly know everything. Right? Converting Cartesian coordinates to polar coordinates. That's actually, like, something you can Google real easy, actually. Yeah, polar math is the math that polar bears do. Obviously, that's just science. Duh. Hold on. I might have a Discord comment to look at. Okay. Dude, yeah, SquiggleConf has, like, cool people joining all the time. I'm looking forward to going to SquiggleConf. It's gonna be good. Am I procrastinating, like, finishing this, like, slide presentation? I am. Because I don't give a shit about LLMs. So yeah, that's a big thing I'm recognizing. I know Highlight wants me to make this content, and I can make this content. But I'm really dragging my feet about it, aren't I? No, I haven't even begun procrastinating on this talk yet. I thought about it. So I've started procrastinating the procrastination. That counts. Oh shit! Oh shit! I didn't see it take over, but we just hit 5,000 followers on the Twitter. For the meme. Yeah, 5K hype. In before it drops because people unfollow out of spite. It counts. It's fine. What, the unfollows? I mean, no, some people do it as a joke for sure. I think we're like at a buffer that's fine. I think it's more like, oh my god, I'm one away, and you tweet that and someone follows and you're like, hey, I hit it, and then they unfollow just to like see it go back down. Like, there are people that do that. Honestly, for people I know personally, I might do that as a joke. I might do that as a joke. for some people I've met and chatted with in person, you know? Cartesian bears are so cool. All right. Pressing X to doubt. Could be cool. Now it sounds awesome. Let's check it out. Oh, Minecraft bear. Yeah, polar bear versus Minecraft bear. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good meme. I like that. That's solid. That's basically a Minecraft bear, isn't it? Why do I still follow him? Instant unfollow. No, like, you're totally right. Like, hold on. Let me go look at the list. Oh, you might be, like, totally fucking right. How many people just unfollowed? I just lost one. Ah, motherfuckers. How dare you? How dare you? At least we had a buffer of 4. So it's 5,003 now. Yeah, totally, man. Like, shit, that just happened. Fuck. Yeah, why are they still following me? Nah, we're still at 5K. Alright, we got one back. Someone just followed again. Archer Zen. Was that you that unfollowed and refollowed? I see you over on Twitter, lurking, watching. Judging. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. Archer Zen was the one trolling. It's like a good-hearted troll, because I recognize Archer Zen. You just followed just to counteract the one person that left? Or did you leave just as a joke? Because I was joking about it too. I'm okay if you did the unfollow just for the fun. That'd be fine. Like, honestly, that's a solid joke. That's a solid joke, all right? I know reply gifts are boomer stuff. I'm gonna do reply gifts even more. No, Archer Zen, I know you're not a troll. I just thought it was kind of fun, right? Like, no, I totally get it if you did it as a joke and for fun. Because I knew you wouldn't, like, keep it. Right? So yeah, no worries, Archer Zen. Like, appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Hell yeah. You would be forgiven for the trolling. Let me put it that way. The Tennessee whiskey music? I don't even know what the Tennessee whiskey music is. Dude, hold up. Levels.io is fucking big time, man. Like, dude, he made it to the Lex Friedman podcast. And he still, like, took the time to like my 5K followers tweet. Dude, Levels is such a dude. I may not 100% agree with every single thing he does, right? Because, like, who does? Like, nobody does. Like, he probably doesn't agree with how much I drink because he is a non-drinker at this point. Like, I respect that. That's fine. But he's still just such a dude. I hope he's forgiven me for the really bad phrasing I made previously. I don't even know if he remembers me making this comment, but I remember making the comment and feeling bad about it after. Because I talked about, like, a legit startup being one that was VC funded. No, there are plenty of legit startups. I should have used a different word. Legit was not the right word. And I think he embodies, like, the really good, like, bootstrap startup mentality. So I messed that up. I hope he doesn't hold that against me. And I don't think he does, because, like, he still follows me. He still sees my tweets. He didn't mute me. But I still think about that, like, every day. Like, dude. One of, like, the bootstrapped heroes out there. And he is, like, a bootstrapped hero to all bootstrap developers in general, right? I definitely said something that I regret when chatting with him. And, like, he was here in chat, and I definitely, like, phrased it wrong. And I think about that all the time. Like, because I do that kind of stuff all the time. I'm only human. I'm going to say the wrong words. The thing that matters to me is that I still think about it, because it makes me better. No, that's fine, Steel Toad. Like, no. Dude, I appreciate you. I see the follow. I see Peter. Thank you as well, Mr. Sir. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. The 5 Ds of dodgeball. I believe all of his stuff is completely built in PHP. Yeah, Nomad List and Remote OK are all PHP. I did tweet at him, tagged him in a thing where, like, he had, or used to have, all of Remote OK in one file. He has since split that up, though. He, like, chimed in, responding, saying that he split it up. So, yeah, like, he may not be, like, fully, like, grug-brained into, like, Laravel, etc., but he's still, like, recognizing that splitting up files does make some stuff easier to work with. But again, he is very much, like, into, like, just make it work kind of mentality. A lot of his products were, like, fully just one file. He has since moved on from that. But yeah, like, you know, brilliantly insane, or was he trying to make a point? Was it good content? Possibly. I'd agree with that. Like, there are definitely some things I think he does simply for content's sake, but it's really, like, genius marketing style, content-wise. I don't know for sure, right? Like, don't overthink it. Just ship stuff. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. And that is, like, his biggest thing, right? Don't overthink it. Just ship. Yeah, like, no, he's a really cool dude. Like, for sure, man. I don't know if you know, Rox Codes is, like, close friends with, like, Levels, right? Like, dude. Both, like, Rox. I really like Rox. I think he has an amazing head on his shoulders. Amazing. Like, dude, that dude is set up for success in such an amazing way. Like, dude. I think he latches on to maybe the wrong businesses from time to time. That's just me being critical. I hope he doesn't mind me being slightly critical. Right now, he's doing a podcast thing. He's working with, like a co-investor or a co-founder kind of thing, like someone who's like footing the bill a bit. I would love to know more about his podcast. He did sell his last startup, the thumbnail test thing, which I think was perfect timing because YouTube just rolled out their own thumbnail testing tool. Right? Like right there within the UI of YouTube, you can do your own like thumbnail testing. So I think Rox sold that at like the perfect moment. Because the value of that product has gone massively down. Now, I'm a huge fan of Rox. He's a good dude. And he's conscientious. Like he's not, as far as I understand Rox, I could be totally off. He's not trying to do anything in some kind of like unethical way. Could he have made way more money doing some bullshit gambling BS? Absolutely. But I think fundamentally just that goes against who he is as a person. And I massively respect it. Like, he wants to make a startup thing happen. He could have made some gambling startup thing happen. Like, he totally could have done that using the platform he had and everything. Like, you know, as a streamer. But I think that's something that goes against his, like, morals. And, yeah, I like Rox's morals. Or at least, like, the morals I know. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Rox. He's a good dude. His product was Thumbnail A/B Test. This is currently owned by someone totally different, but it's thumbnailtest.com. That was his thing. So Rox built out this product mostly on, sorry for the burps, sorry, mostly on stream. And it's a product used by a bunch of companies at this point. That said, YouTube has this now. Whoever bought this from Rox, I'd be curious on how much they paid and if they're actually stoked on that. It allows you to thumbnail test titles in a way that YouTube doesn't. So, like, there's other stuff you can test about it. Like, you could probably even test descriptions and stuff, too, right? So, I think it is a massively valuable product still, actually. But I think Rox is smart to get out of it before it became, like, devalued. At some point, YouTube could easily just do A/B testing for titles too. Like, how hard would it be? Based upon data that YouTube has, they could actually start recommending titles. Actually, you provide a description and they recommend a title for it. Boom. Like, you upload a video and they recommend a title for it. YouTube isn't a good place to start doing that themselves too. So yeah, like, I don't know. I think businesses based around YouTube analytics in general, like, nah. You're just waiting for YouTube to eat your lunch, you know? So here's the biggest thing, like, patents are only so valuable. They're only valuable when, like, the thing that you patented doesn't benefit from continued development. as a startup, having a thing that you personally think should be patented, I'd push back on the patent idea because they could probably just keep iterating. And then every other company is just playing catch up. For the same reason that I'm not worried about talking about my ideas here on stream, right? You can totally take an idea. You can't take vision. So vision towards what a product could become is more valuable than the idea behind the product. Yeah, I'm not worried about someone stealing the idea. Go for it. Have fun. You can't buy the shit that's in my head. You can't do it yourself because you didn't have it. You had to steal the initial idea. Swipe right, swipe left. That would be a design patent. That would not be like a proper patent. And design patents are really hard to enforce. Yeah, the swipe right, swipe left thing, that's a design patent, and those are really fucking hard to enforce. Pinch to zoom. Again, not something anyone could actually like enforce. Apple owns a design patent for drawing a circle as a gesture. Again, very fucking hard to enforce, but Apple has enough lawyers on retainer that they could bankrupt someone via just like legal fees before the thing even gets decided. So yeah, design patents are like the worst kind of patent. Like, good luck defending it. Nah, man. You're only counting on the fact that someone grants you an actual patent for something that should have been a design patent. Right? Such as the now completely thrown away version of the crazy taxi patent. The crazy taxi patent of drawing an arrow on the ground to lead you to some place, that held for a while because it was a proper patent, not a design patent. But when we think about it, nah, fuck that. Like, number one, it's actually kind of shitty. Like, instead, you can like lead users in a less in-your-face way. Right? Using breadcrumbs rather than arrows. And when I say breadcrumbs, like every single platforming style, like, Jedi Survivor game out there actually denotes the things that you can climb with like a very specific, like, yeah, maybe the thing you can climb is decorated with like bird poop on the edge or something. Right? Spider-Man has done similar. Like, all sorts of games have done very similar where they can give you hints, UI-wise, that lead you toward the thing without actually being so over the top like an arrow on the ground. And the arrow on the ground would make it feel like cheap, Yeah, the ledge full of bird poop would suck to actually grab onto, but at least like decorating it informs like the gamer of where you want them to go. And that's like a huge thing. Like, oh, is it spray painted yellow? Sure, fuck it. Like, similar idea. I think the crazy taxi patent actually made stuff better because it forced game developers to not be so obvious about the hints where they want you to go, and that actually makes games more immersive. A well-written arrow patent? Like, no, that it would still become a design patent. Like, you would not get a patent like that actually accepted unless someone's being super lazy at the patent office. Like, that's the main point I'm trying to make there, Omni. I think the arrow patent only got made because it was done in the era in which people didn't understand digital technology versus regular technology. And the reason that it's no longer a problem is not because the patent couldn't be renewed. It's because actually someone went to court over the obvious nature of that patent, right? It's like, it's fucking obvious. Like, no, it's just something we would do. Like, doing it via technology doesn't make it a good patent. Right? So yeah, like, really, the reason that patent is no longer any good is not because the patent expired. It's because someone actually challenged it and pointed out that, no, that's the obvious way to do that, right? It's like so obvious that it doesn't deserve a patent. Someone actually went to court over that and fought it and overturned the patent. That's all it takes for like the shittiest patents to actually be invalidated. It takes someone with a deep set of pockets recognizing that them fighting the court case is cheaper than paying the license fees. That happens all the time. The patent office will absolutely do shitty patents. You just run into companies with deep enough pockets to challenge that shit. So Apple's like draw a circle patent probably will not hold up in court if a big enough company wants to like contest it. You or me can like building a circle drawing gesture into our apps. Ooh, yeah, that's up to Apple to be a dick about it. Now, one thing to remember is that patents are not the same as trademarks. Trademarks are, if you don't enforce your trademark, you lose it. So when someone uses Disney assets for a side project, Disney is doing what they have to do to defend their trademarks. That's a very big thing. Like, that's the difference there. Meanwhile, a patent, you don't have to defend a patent. You can let someone get super successful using a patent you totally have, and once they're successful, you can sue the shit out of them. So yeah, patents and trademarks are like a very specific difference in how you enforce intellectual property. Yeah, a trademark has to be enforced or you lose it. If someone can prove that you knew about someone's usage of your trademark, but you didn't enforce it, you're fucked, right? Like, yeah, you lost that trademark. Yeah, a patent you can wait to enforce. A trademark you have to enforce the moment you know about it. And you would have to prove otherwise that you didn't know about it. Like, someone could say, well, it was so famous that you should have known about it. And you would have to provide a counter argument to why you didn't know about it. Like, if the thing they did is popular enough, right? So, yeah, I'm sure there's some, like, vague number about, like, the amount of, like, follows or downloads or usage or some BS about something that then triggers something at Nintendo to where they have to, like, push back, right? Like, oh, yeah, you made some fun thing based upon Pokemon, go for it. But the moment you hit 10,000 likes or follows or whatever, well, shit, now we gotta actually enforce our trademark. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, fan art, it's the same thing. Trademarks are, like, tough. If you don't defend it, you lose it. That's also a thing, for sure. Cease and desist can be used in more than one way. Cease and desist is not purely trademark limited. Cease and desist is just a lawyer action that can be done in all sorts of contexts. The most common context is trademark enforcement. And yeah, cease and desist can also be a bluff. Absolutely, for sure. Right? They might not even be able to enforce it, but they're not like legally liable for sending a cease and desist. So they may know that they can't enforce it. Right? But they can still send you a cease and desist, and like the lawyer that sent it can't be like disbarred because of it. The moment they bring a lawsuit around it, and the lawyer who brought that lawsuit, that might be grounds for disbarment. Like, depending, right? Context is huge, right? Not generally, but in some edge cases, yes, some lawyer might get disbarred for bringing a case to court that is totally like unenforceable and like bullshit. Which is why a lot of companies out there, or a lot of like lawyer firms out there, absolutely just won't take someone's case because they know they could lose their license. Sending a cease and desist does at least show that you have done the bare minimum requirement for TM enforcement, for sure. That's another use case as well. So at least if they send that, you saw it and you ignored it, they don't have to like prosecute. They don't have to bring it to court until it's actually worth their time. But at least they did the due diligence of sending a cease and desist, which does, you know, go along with the trademark enforcement like clause. So that's a good point. Yeah, good call there, Omni. Yeah, very good point. And yeah, what's up, Beloit? Or Beloit? Yeah, what you up to? We are towards like the tail end of stream, at which point I like rant and we chat a bit. I'm also just dragging my feet about this like presentation talk that I don't actually want to do. If I'm being totally honest, yeah, I don't actually want to make this, but I like money. I find LLMs supremely uninteresting. So having to make content around an LLM, supremely uninteresting. So I'm dragging my feet. Here's the problem. If I just get it done, then I'm done. But the same thing goes for like cleaning my room. I could just put in the effort to fully clean my room, or I could just do a little bit of effort here and there and never actually finish. Because the moment I finish, I'll have to do it again eventually anyway, right? So yeah, real quick, let me go use the restroom. I do want to keep hammering out some of this content, for sure. Let's do a little bit of it. But I gotta go pee. Just give me a second. I've been slamming the whiskeys and slamming the tea. I almost want to start adding like salt to my tea. That way I don't have to pee as much. So I'll be right back. See you in a sec. BRB.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? All right, so yeah. But yeah, so below, what do you do? Like, what kind of dev do you do, etc. Like, let's chat about it. I'm down with procrastinating what I'm doing even more. All right, so who all's out there? What y'all doing? Let's get some more tweet stuff going. Or not tweet stuff. Sorry. Slideshow stuff going. The evals of LLMs, the premise. Yeah, I'm just so surprised I can't get like theming going for some of this, but okay. So we've got, yeah, what I think I want to do is focus on the subsequent slides and then add extra context to these things. I'm going to need actual content for each one of these slides eventually, just as like comments. that I read from. But I'd rather scaffold out the rest of this first. Right, so what does safety mean in this context? I think, prevent users from getting illegal content, harmful content, and escaping your sandbox. /prompt. All right, I actually expected the follower count to go back below 5,000. We're at 5,006. When I tweeted, it was 5,004. So, y'all are the best. Thank you. Ooh, looks like someone just reported a bug in Neovim biscuits. Ooh, that's gonna be tougher. All right, we're gonna have to do like a side project open source day here eventually. Today ain't it? But yeah, let's continue hammering out some of the BS. Which comment was that there, Blades? What channel did you make it in? Oh, so hold on. You're talking about like W3 schools though. Like W3 schools and Free Code Camp are separate, right? You know that, right? No. The color name they use is actually from like the specification of CSS. W3 Schools just simply like annotates it. So yeah, W3 Schools didn't define that. That's just a bad definition by the CSS specification. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, the brown shows as red. That's not something that W3 Schools could change. So I can understand why they pushed back on that. Like, that's the nature of browsers. You're not going to be able to change that. So, again, no worries, no stress, but yeah, it's not W3 Schools' problem. It's not Free Code Camp's problem. It's just a bad specification. But they, you know, when a bad specification becomes adopted, it's set in stone at that point, and you can't change it. So no, I get that. Yeah, I didn't necessarily recognize that as a problem in your original post. I thought you were just chatting about like how you can change colors, and that's super cool, but yeah, like brown not being brown, nah. It's very similar maybe to why Chuck Norris evaluates the way it does. Chuck Norris is a valid CSS color, technically. I don't know if you know that. Chuck Norris evaluates to COO, COO, and then zeros. Yeah. So it's actually down to possibly the parsing of a variable name that isn't hard-coded within the specification. I don't know if brown is actually that, but I do want to point out that Chuck Norris is like blood red simply because of the way it gets parsed. And there is no spoon, and Scythe, thank you all for those follows. Welcome, how you doing? So yeah, Chuck Norris as a valid CSS color is actually kind of insane, but once you understand why it's doing that and what the browsers are doing, it becomes interesting, doesn't it? So make the string a length that is multiplied by 3 by adding zeros. So it then becomes Chuck Norris 0. Separate the string into 3 equal length strings, such as Chuck, Nor, and Risso. Then truncate each one to 2 characters, CH, KN, RI, and then keep A and H are outside of hex. I is also outside of hex, so any character outside of hexadecimal becomes a 0. C is the only one within hexadecimal, so it becomes C0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Understanding the why is massively important. And it's just simply due to how the browser engine is interpreting those things. But the fact that Chuck Norris is like blood red, obviously, duh, because nobody fucks with Chuck Norris. If you try and like disagree, yeah, you're gonna be blood red too. So, Blades, I'm not 100% certain that that's why brown is rendered the way it is. Not at all. No clue. No idea. Don't give a shit. Simply recognize that there may be something that caused it. Didn't work in DevTools? Did you quote it? All right, so you can't do a quote. Ooh, so DevTools disallows it. Ooh, interesting. So I don't know for sure. Blades, I have no idea. If we do brown, it does look like red. That might just be like bad CSS, honestly. Does Chuck Norris no longer actually work? It doesn't anymore. So, yeah, Chuck Norris, yeah, is nerfed by DevTools. Shit. Hold on. I don't know how we would apply this to our application. But yeah, like, nah, it might have just been fucked up. Like, it no longer works. Like, that's kind of a bummer. Like, how dare they break that? That is one of, like, the coolest and best things about that. Let's make a dev tool called Frank Dukes, right? And it lies to you about everything. It lies to you about every single thing, right? So if you guys don't know, the movie Bloodsport is a fabrication despite the bullshit they tell you at the end about it being based on a true story. Like, no. The person who made that film was lied to by the real Frank Dukes. And that dude is a fucking liar. That said, let me get some more music going. But really, we should be wrapping up. Yeah, I mean, Steven Seagal would crash our code because it's not even like real. Like, no, it's like more bullshitty than Frank Dukes at that point. Like, at least Jean-Claude Van Damme could probably kick my ass. I doubt Steven Seagal could actually kick my ass. Doing the split on the Volvo trucks, yeah, that's a solid meme. Yeah, dude, like, really cool. Yeah, like, I'm a big Jean-Claude fan because I grew up as a millennial. You know, duh. Roundkick.css, and it creates like color variable names based upon them, but assigns them to like like obviously Steven Seagal would be a shit brown. Chuck Norris is like blood red. I wonder what honestly, like, what other colors would you assign to a variable name for other, like, people? Like, I don't know, man. Don the Dragon Wilson would probably be, like, green or something. Right? Legitimate actors are just different shades of red, and then you got, like, the worst actors that are just different shades of brown. Bruce Lee for yellow, maybe? That might be somewhat racist. Just saying, like, that's a little bit racist. I don't know for sure, but I don't know, man. Color of the suit from the movies. All right, his famous yellow jumpsuit. We'll accept that one. Right? So then, what would Jackie Chan be? Touche, touche. You're totally right. My bad. I assumed the worst. I should have assumed better. What would Jackie Chan be then? Technically, he's the drunken master, so the color changes. Jackie Chan is the random color. Different every time you render it. Yeah, RGBA set to random. Yeah, I could get that. What about Jet Li? What color would Jet Li be? Jet black. I could see that. Okay. All right. All right. Chow Yun Fat. What would Chow Yun Fat be? Chow Yun Fat would be white because of hard boiled, like the egg, right? Like the outside of the egg. So someone just said Bruce Lee would be the yellow. Not racial reasons, but because of the yellow jumpsuit. I could be into that. I could be into that. What color represents me? Probably some kind of green. Like some kind of like hippie, like dark green. Why green? Marijuana? But like a pickled green. Because of the alcohol? Right? So like a marijuana tincture. What color do you think that would be? Pickled green is like my answer. Whatever you think that looks like, yeah, that's my color. Dark green pickles. I mean, get your mind out of the gutter. Come on, man. What are you thinking about my dark green pickle? Come on, man. Get your mind out of the gutter. I'm just kidding, by the way. Like, that's such like a stretch. Sorry. Whatever. But I think we're at a point where, yeah, did we finish our slides? No, we didn't. We got more work to do on Thursday. Maybe I put some work on this off stream, just because, like, I don't want to bore stream with this. I'd rather pick up Walter on Thursday. So we'll see how much I can put into these slides ahead of time and record something off stream. Because, yeah, like, honestly, I don't enjoy this content. I don't think y'all enjoy this content. Numbers say you definitely don't. So, yeah, maybe Thursday we get back to Walter stuff. Tomorrow, during the day, we do just other things because I'm working. And we got Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow night. So, yeah, I'm thinking I try and do as much of this off stream as I can. I know a lot of y'all are here just for, like, me and the hanging out. If we look at the fact that only 40 people are here right now, a good 30% of the people that watch the stream are here for the content. So instead, yeah, I'd like to optimize for that. Because I'd like to have my average viewership up above 50. That'd be like a good milestone, you know? So yeah, let's go do the thing. Let's go raid somebody who's streaming right now. And then, yeah, I'm going to cook some chicken wings over on Gaming Stream. They're going to be fucking delicious. Honestly, we went till 8 p.m. tonight. Like, the 40 viewers is actually bigger than I would expect at this time of day. So, honestly, all y'all chilling here, like, I'm not dismissing y'all. Y'all are killing it. At this time of day, I'd have way less if it wasn't for actual fans. So, thank you. Cheers. I'm looking at streams to raid. We see Snowcone. Coding with strangers. Productive time. Hold on. Let's go look. Is there someone in the category we should go raid that we just haven't seen yet? Let's go look at software and game dev. And I hate their UI. Like, they're taking up way too fucking much of my, like, live channel, like, viewing feed. Like, I have to make the screen way bigger to actually, like, scroll this shit. I actually hate it. I hate some of the decisions Twitch has made lately. Like, it's really bad, man. Like, really fucking bad, dude. Alright, so we see Coco type. We see Naka doing a different language. Fucking love this song, by the way. Oh no, this one's good. No, this one seems good. Ooh, someone's doing some Zig Dev. English is their thing. So they're at least in the language we would come to expect. They're less than an hour in. All right, yeah, no, we're gonna raid Gejakar. I probably said their name wrong, but whatever, that's fine. They can let us know how to pronounce their name. So yeah, I'll be over on gaming stream here in a little bit. Am I gonna actually like work tonight? Nah, we got all day tomorrow for that shit. I do have stuff I gotta do. Like, I totally have stuff I gotta do. But no, I just want to play some games tonight. And fuck it. Like, you know? I hope my boss and my coworkers know that I totally fully like work weekends and Wednesdays like 12 plus hours a day type shit. Like, I make up for the hours I'm not putting in on days like today. Granted, I should definitely put in more days per week that I do put in the hours like off stream during nighttime stream. We're just at a point where the current stuff I'm focusing on doesn't need that. Though I do have like one or two things I need to like wrap up. So anyway, yeah, YouTube and Algora. See you guys soon. Cheers. Have a great night. See you guys soon.